Everyone, welcome back to another stream. Today we're going to be doing some Sega Genesis and Megadrive games. Well, mostly just Sega Genesis games, but yes, the Sega Genesis was called the Megadrive over in other regions, and so I always have to call it by both names. But yeah, we're actually running this on the analog Mega SG. I do have the jailbreak on this, so we're able to switch around from game to game really quickly and easily. And it's just a really fantastic experience. Really glad I have one of these. And yeah, we're just going to, kind of like my NES stream from a couple weeks back, we're going to focus on comfy games. Or not, they're not exactly comfy to everybody. I mean, you guys know I do like some hard games. But we're going to basically be playing games that I am personally comfortable with, that I want to play. And that'll kind of raise the chances of us actually finishing the games that we play. So much like the NES stream from a few weeks back, hopefully we actually manage to get all the way through a lot of these games that we play. And they should all, for the most part, be pretty good games. I think a lot of you guys will enjoy watching these because they are quality games, at least in my opinion. Not everyone will agree, but regardless, we're gonna go ahead and just have some fun tonight with some Sega Genesis games. We're gonna start off with Sonic the Hedgehog. I thought that would be just a great introduction game with, like, you know, I could just let the music play in the beginning intro, which I did, and, you know, this is a fairly comfy playthrough as well. This is one a lot of us grew up with. This was a pack-in title for, you know, the Model 1 Genesis for a little while, and so a lot of people have played this one, a lot of people have nostalgia for it. It's probably one of my favorite games on the Genesis, along with the other, I guess technically 3 games, Sonic 2, Sonic 3, and then Sonic and Knuckles. Just really top-tier software. Sonic 1 probably hasn't aged the best as the other ones, or held up the best, but it is still a phenomenal game on the console, I think. It's just, you know, the Genesis was doing pretty well in North America at this time, but it wasn't until Sonic the Hedgehog came out that it just absolutely blew up and became like a phenomenon. So Sonic was absolutely critical to the North American Genesis success, and yeah, it's just a classic I always love to go back to. So alright, let's go up, scroll through the chat real quick before we start playing. When I see Jason Best is out there, welcome. I see Leo. I see Abba. Abba did post on my channel post saying he'd be here, so welcome back, dude. Much appreciated. And hey, Gotcham, welcome back. I see Michael. I see Freddy. I see Crestline. I see DJ. I see a guy with the name I can't pronounce. Hello, is there any plans to stream some FPS action games on PS1 anytime soon? Not really any plans. I haven't really been planning out a lot of stuff on my channel lately, so, and I don't really have a lot of experience with PS1 first-person shooters outside of Doom and Quake 2. I mean, I've played a lot of others, but I've never finished them, and so, God, Devastator, I never got anywhere in that. I, never got too terribly far in the PS1 version of Power Slave. There's the Kiliak, and its sequel. I didn't really care for those that much. I'm trying to think of what else there's. This Crazy Ivan, I haven't beaten that since like the 90s. That would be kind of fun to try to go through though. And Final Doom, I've already done on my channel, and I really don't like that version. I'm not going to revisit that. And classic original Doom on PlayStation. I actually do need to do an updated playthrough of that, because I promised people I would do that at Christmas, but I had some technical difficulties, so I had to switch up. So maybe I'll do that, but I don't know. Anything else I can't really think of off the top of my head. Alien Trilogy I've never gone through. Alien Resurrection's apparently a pain in the ass to play, so I won't do that. Yeah, sorry. I see pages out there. Leo says, no Desert Strike tonight, then I assume? Yes, you are correct, Leo. No Desert Strike. I will probably never play the Strike games again. We tried those on Twitch a little while ago, and I was like, yeah, this is not for me. I like my fast, dumb action games, and the Strike series requires a little too much brain power for my aging mind. Hey, Dasan, welcome back. How are you doing tonight, sir? He also posted on my channel post. Freddy says, I've been mostly duking it out today with some Mortal Kombat, specifically Deception, Armageddon, 9, 10, and 11. That's a lot of Mortal Kombat. My personal favorite games in the whole series. Wow. Jason says, are you gonna play Pulseman? Because the plot to that game is weird. Probably not. I barely know how to play Pulseman, so we're probably not gonna play that tonight. I would like to actually try that. Try to, like, put some effort in that sometime. It seems like a cool game. I see Cafe Man. Cafe Man says, I do like no speed dash in Sonic 1. You have to use the momentum. Yeah, you really have to use the momentum in this. But I mean, like, you gotta use the momentum in the other games too, but the speed dash does make you have to use it less, that's for sure. Hey, Nicholas, welcome to the stream. I see Megan says Sega. Sega is correct. Desant says Hexen. Ugh. Oh yeah, that's right. We did PS1 Hexen a couple years ago. I totally forgot about that. That was an interesting experience. But hey, at least it motivated me to go play other versions of Hexen. So I think we ended up doing the PC version afterwards, or did we do the N64 one? I want to say it was the PC version. I don't remember, but Leo says Urban Strike's on-foot missions are a bit of a pain too. Okay. Michael says Road Rash was a great Sega Genesis game. A lot of people say that. I never really got into the Road Rash series. The only one I really enjoyed was the like 3DO and, early 32-bit version, like Saturn, PlayStation, version, which was basically just the 3DO one for those consoles. Now, we did dabble with the Sega CD one just recently, and I thought that was okay as well. I did like that the Sega CD version actually had, like, that grunge rock, like the licensed music in the races themselves. That was actually pretty cool. Desant says, yeah, I must say I didn't take to Urban much. Okay, or you didn't like Urban Strike so much. Okay. It's like the third Rogue Squadron game. The on-foot missions ruined it. Desant says, Desert Strike is like a 1.5 hour playthrough once you know what to do. Okay. D says, heck yeah, in-game grunge. Oh, man. Hey, Blasny, actually watching my son play Alex Kidd in Enchanted Castle right now. Wife and I just got done playing Mutant League Football, trying to teach her. Lots of rage. Nice. Abba, you are correct. Road Rash is the game with the bikes where you can hit each other, yeah. Yeah, there's 3 of them on the Sega Genesis. There is one on the 3DO, and there's one on the Saturn. There's, I think, 2 on the PlayStation. I think it's just the port of the 3DO one, and then there's like Road Rash 3D or something like that. Or was that only on N64? I don't remember. But that was kind of like the end of the series after that one. Like, they just stopped dealing with it. This is, if you like the Strike series, try Red Zone. I have played Red Zone. Yeah, that game is infuriating. It is an extremely difficult game. Uh-oh, we got ourselves a crazy boy. Nope, there he goes. There he goes. Hey, Butch, any Kid Chameleon tonight? No Kid Chameleon. Probably not. I'm terrible at that game, so we're probably going to avoid that. That is one of those games I've always wanted to try to finish, though. Milo! Milo! Come here, bud. Here, where are you going? Yeah, I had thought about bringing out all my Genesis boxes, Cafe Man. I have all 3 North American models. I have both the Sega CD Model 1 and 2, all boxed, and then I have the Megadrive 1 and 2 from Japan. But I didn't feel like bringing all those out. I just brought out the two that were easiest to grab. I was wondering if anyone would actually notice them. Milo! Milo! Come here, Milo. Come here, bud. Come here, Milo. Mr. Milo. Come here, Mr. Milo. Hey, you. Come here. He doesn't trust me. He doesn't trust me. He's like, you're gonna pick me up, human. Oh, Sax says there was also Road Rash Jailbreak on the PS1. I think it also got a Game Boy Advance version. No way. Yeah, I forgot about Jailbreak.
MILO. MILO.
Alright, well, we need to play some Sonic the Hedgehog. So let's go ahead and just do that. But I like how all this random chatter actually kind of... it circles all the way back around to the Genesis, because Road Rash started off on that platform, so... Alright, into Sonic the Hedgehog. So, good old classic Sonic. Very simple game, where it's literally just one button. And I'm sure most of you guys know how this works, but it is a game where you basically can't die as long as you have rings. Well, that's not entirely true. There are endless pits later on in the game, and if you fall into an endless pit, you will die. Also, this was, you know, the first game in the series. It has some unique mechanics that weren't carried over into later games, like if you get hit by spikes, and even if, well, normally when you get hit in this game, you have invincibility frames. Your character will start blinking after he's lost his rings. But if you get hit by a spike, and you land on a spike again, even if you've got those invincibility frames, you will still die. That was, oh, I wouldn't say fixed in later versions, but it was changed to where, like, you know, your iframes would actually save you from spikes if you landed back on them again. So, kind of interesting. And if you have 50 rings when you exit a level, you get to go into that bonus ring, which takes us to a bonus level. Agacito, what's going on, man? He says that's still my favorite Sonic game. Hell yeah. And the idea here is just to get to the end and find the Chaos Emerald. You get all the Chaos Emeralds, you get the good ending. I wouldn't even really say good ending. You don't want to hit those red goal or exit signs or whatever. You get the best ending. I mean, both endings in this game are still good, honestly. It's not like there's a depressing ending in this game. There are some Sonic the Hedgehog games that they have really depressing endings if you don't get all the Chaos Emeralds. Alright, level 2. 1 Chaos Emerald. Yeah, one of the whole things about Sonic is just, like, you're not forced down, like, a particular route in most levels. Like, you usually have a variety of ways to go. On this first level, I have a tendency of taking this bottom route, just out of habit, but there's all sorts of other routes you can take. This multi-tiered level design was just really awesome when this game came out, and it's still actually really good. It's just one of the things that makes some of the Sonic games really, really fun. You've got a lot of different ways to go through each level. This is invincibility. Now, if I fall down here and squeeze between those spikes, it's technically an endless pit, so I will actually die. So I have to be a little careful here. Now, I'm not going to be, like, trying to explore every little nook and cranny here. I never do that when I'm streaming these games. Sometimes I do it if I'm playing by myself. Sonic! Okay, almost missed it. After a few seconds, the game takes control of Sonic, and you can't jump into the ring, so... I didn't realize I was going to be my exit so quickly. Hey, Mike! Welcome back, Mike. If you hit these R's, it actually changes the direction of the rotation. Alright, I think we might have to go this way. Nope, not that way. Actually, yes, this way. Down here. Yep, there we go. All you have to do is just rub up against these things, and then you're pretty much good to go. Got it. Desan says, I always meant to get into Echo. I've played it, but never finished one. Yeah, Echo is... Those are very difficult games. Very obtuse, very challenging, but they're kind of mysterious, you know? They're very interesting games. Whoops, I actually did not mean to do that. That's fine. So we're on Act number 3. You actually cannot get a Chaos Emerald in Act number 3. It's another thing that differentiates this from other Sonic games, is starting with Sonic 2, they went with a 2-act structure, and the boss would be at the end of Act 2. In Sonic 1, he's always at the end of Act 3. So, gathering 50 rings isn't really all that important right now. But if I get 100 rings, I get an extra life. Now, to get Chaos Emeralds in Sonic 2, it actually changed to where those checkpoint posts, if you have enough rings at a checkpoint post, it'll actually turn into a special stage, and you can get the Chaos Emeralds on the special stage. I was really not sure whether I wanted to start with Sonic 2 or Sonic 1. I went ahead with Sonic 1 because I actually haven't played through this in a while. I think I play through Sonic 2 more often. I still play all the Sonics on the Genesis, but Part 2... between Part 1 and Part 2, I'd probably go back to Part 2 more. But I really like firing up Part 3, because that's kind of like just... I don't know, it's just an awesome game. Leo says it was cool to finally play through the Sega CD versions of Echo 1 and 2 in recent weeks. Wonderful soundtracks in each game. Yeah, both of those have really nice soundtracks. It's one thing that really sets them apart from the Genesis versions. Did you actually beat those games, Leo, by the way? And if so, like, how did that playthrough go? How did each playthrough go? Because those are not easy games in the slightest. Got a shield. You did beat both, but you're well familiar with the Genesis originals. Okay, you didn't have much trouble. Jeez. Yeah, I played a lot of Echo 1 back in the day, and I did play a decent bit of Echo 2, because I did get that on Sega CD when I had a Sega CD back in the day. Part 1 was the one I definitely played more often, and I never came close to beating either one. Remember in Part 1, there's an area where you go back to, like, I don't know if it's like Atlantis or something, I don't remember. And I want to say that's about as far as I got in that game. Now, I did use codes to see the final level, like, you know... like, flying through like an alien spaceship and defeating aliens. It's just... it's very interesting, but I never, yeah, I never beat the game, like, legitimately. Hey, John Smith and Society, welcome back, guys. Cafe Man, as far as I'm aware, oh no, oh boy, that was close. Genesis and Sega CD Echo, they're both pretty much the same. Enemy layouts, all that stuff, all the puzzles are still the same, so I don't see how beating the Genesis one will make the CD version easier. I mean, obviously, if you're familiar with the game, that'll help, but, as far as I'm aware, the difficulty is the same. At least in my experience, when I was playing both versions, they seemed identical to me. Uh-oh. This is bad. This one's a little tricky. Being, like, mostly right out in the open. Alright, Maybe we could just fall into it. Keep hitting that R. Got it. Nice. Hey Seth, welcome to the stream. He says, when I was a kid, Echo was always one of the games I would cheat through and just mess around in. Yeah, I knew a lot of people that did the exact same thing. They were like, this game's too hard. I always tried to play it legit, but yeah, it got very frustrating. The idea of trying to beat it legitimately never even crossed his mind after a couple tries. Yeah, I think that's how it was for a lot of people. Cafe Man says there are checkpoints in the Sega CD version. Leo says there's some new levels in the CD version too. Okay. Mike says I only ever played Echo on Dreamcast. Very difficult game. Yeah, that was also a really challenging game. Yeah, see, that's really interesting, Leo. Like, I think Echo is extremely difficult, and you're like, oh yeah, it wasn't too bad. Yet here I play all these bullet hells that you never touch. And I can get through them just fine, you know, in comparison anyway. I don't get it. I really don't understand it. So I'm gonna have to revisit Echo, and maybe you can backseat drive me on one of these streams. Permissive backseat driving. Yeah, I've got a couple friends here on the internet that have wanted to see me try to go through Echo for like a long time now. And maybe we'll be able to make that happen eventually. Michael, I don't remember Decap Attack having jank controls. I think the thing with that game is it has some interesting momentum-based physics. Not unlike Sonic the Hedgehog in a way. And you have to really get used to that. But the controls were responsive, so I don't know about jank. Arcade versus puzzle skills. Well, I mean, yes and no. The thing about Echo is that it does have aspects that really require some good eye-hand coordination. Like, you've got to be able to react. There are parts where enemies are just flying at you pretty quickly, and you do have to be able to react. There's an attack functionality in that game. There's a secret down below. I'm going to skip it, because it's just time-consuming. There are features in the game, too. Like, there's an attack where you can start up a dash, and then use your sonar, and the sonar will turn into a projectile that damages enemies. And so, like, there's definitely stuff that requires skill in that game. You know, it's not like you can just think your way through Echo. It's one of those games that's a little bit of both. And my issue with Echo wasn't really ever the puzzle aspect so much as it was just lots of enemies flying at you and stuff like that. It was so easy to take damage in that game, and that was usually my problem with it. Right, invincible. I'm gonna go ahead. I don't think I can. Don't think I can use invincibility to get all of. Oh no, I can. Never mind. I was overthinking it. I thought there was gonna be like a really high jump I wouldn't be able to make if I wasn't on that floating block. Oh! I took a hit by him. That sucks. Alright, need to make sure I don't take another hit. Let's just wait here. Okay. Up here. Okay, sweet. Another Chaos Emerald chance. Seth says I can do shmups and rhythm games all day, but Echo's movement never quite clicked with me. Hey Jason, welcome back. You can use these R's to just flip the rotation, but I just like to make it more difficult on myself and try to climb up these bonus stages like it's climbing a mountain. Kind of brute forcing my way through. Follow the arrows, I guess. Nice. There we go. Hey, Internet Junkie, welcome back. What games did you miss? Not many. Not many that we can really fit into 30 minutes. We've only been playing for about 10 minutes. Not very long. Also, if you guys are ever curious about what you potentially missed, you can look at the time bar on the YouTube video. It tells you exactly how long I've been streaming. And so if I've only been streaming for like 30 minutes, there's a really good chance you didn't really miss anything. This modern technology is great, isn't it? They give you all the hints you need to, you know, to figure out where something like a stream stands. Okay, there we go. YouTube's an ever-evolving platform, too. Like, there was, remember when I first started streaming, I don't even know if it told you how long I had been streaming at that point. It's been such a long time now. It's been, almost 7 years since I started streaming on YouTube itself. I started streaming on Twitch 8 years ago. And I started my YouTube channel 14 years ago. I didn't start streaming on YouTube until, 2016. Whoa, there! Oh, that sucked. I was not expecting that to happen, and I'm going to die. Or maybe not. As long as I hold on to this ring, I'll be okay. Yeah, I've never seen that block glitch before, where it just, like, it flings you out. That was really interesting. Hey, Uber Disco. This is true, Uber. I can beat Ninja Gaiden in about 15 minutes, so yeah, you're right about that. Yeah, if I start with an NES stream and we play Ninja Gaiden, then you may have actually missed something, but no, not in the case of Genesis games. You know, that is actually something interesting to think about, is with NES, when you got really good with certain games, a lot of the games you could beat in like 20 or 30 minutes. But with Genesis, I feel like the average game time, like, went up. Well, especially once Sega stopped focusing entirely on arcade conversions. You know, they started making games that were console exclusive. Sonic the Hedgehog itself takes like 45 minutes, maybe an hour to beat, depending on the person. I mean, obviously it can take a lot longer if you don't know the game very well and you're dying a lot and you have to continue, blah blah blah. But whenever I talk about how quickly you can beat a game, I usually mean it from the perspective of knowing the game and understanding it and being able to just kind of rip through it without too much trouble. Freddy says, wow, 14 years of gameplay and talk. I guess that makes you one of the earliest YouTubers since the beginning or somewhere around that time. Well, I would say I started kind of in definitely the earlier days of YouTube. You gotta remember, YouTube came out around, I think someone clarified last week or the week before, it was like 2005. But I think it was bought by Google in 2006, and so that's when, like, it really started to, well, let's say with that, the greater funding, more features were able to be added and stuff like that, and the platform started to just kind of blow up from there. And, yeah, I got into it in 2009. I think I started watching in 2007. Or at least, I created this account in 2007 just to watch YouTube. And, I think I had started actually watching probably the year before. just like with friends, you know, we'd be hanging out on a Friday or Saturday night, we'd pull up YouTube videos. But yeah, I posted my first content in October 2009. Now, I had no idea what I was doing, so the channel wasn't really anything like what you see now. I mean, there are some remnants of my channel from back then. Like, back then I did everything on the fly, off the cuff, and I still do that. Whether it's a live stream format or it's a dedicated playthrough. But aside from that, I haven't really, you know, it doesn't really resemble what my channel was 14 years ago. But yeah, it's been a long time. Long time. $74 rings. Oh, nice. Very nice. Hey, Seb! Hey, Seb. Yes, Seb knows. Seb was there with me back in 2009. He says no one knew what they were doing in 2009 on YouTube. Paco Jones says, hey Austin, I'd like to ask you what your favorite Genesis controller is. It is the official 6-button from Sega from 1993. That's actually what I'm using right now. That is by far my favorite Genesis controller. Dasan says, Streets of Rage is pretty easy once you know what you're doing, but it gave him a lot of trouble to learn at first. Yeah, me too. It gave me a lot of trouble. I thought I would never beat that game, and then I kind of honed in on it one time, and then I eventually was able to do a Let's Play of it. Oh no! I went way too fast. Freddy says you should do like a happy anniversary stream for some of your personal favorite games sometime. Whenever that date happens to come. Yeah, you know, it might not be a bad idea. The only problem with that, Freddy, is I'm always streaming, like, my favorite games. I've been really lazy about learning new games lately, and so... a lot of the variety streams in particular, it's just games I've covered 1,000 times before. Yeah, Dasan, I think you were probably there watching me on Twitch when I was learning that game, yeah. Because you used to watch quite a bit of Twitch, actually. I used to see you on there all the time. As much as I like to go fast in this game, sometimes it's not wise. Like, if you want to keep your rings, sometimes you don't want to just be going crazy. Like, I don't have all my Chaos Emeralds yet, so I'd rather take things a little slow. To make sure I don't lose my rings, or at least minimize the chances of losing my rings. That's one thing I really like about the first Sonic the Hedgehog in particular, is there's much less, roller coaster style moments. Ooh! See, that was my fault for taking it way too fast, but and don't get me wrong, the roller coaster stuff is really fun in Sonic, especially when there's a good balance between standard platforming and the fast roller coaster style segments. But later Sonics, especially in the 3D era, they kind of started to become more about the spectacle. And so I feel like the series kind of lost a little bit of its soul in a way. Oh, you gotta be freaking kidding me when that happened. Now, the really fast gameplay does actually allow for other styles of gameplay. Like, this whole speedrunning aspect, like, becomes a little bit different than it was in the early games. Like, when you start looking at, like, the Sonic Rush series and things like that. But they play very different from, like, these old classic Sonics. I just like the balance that the old classic Sonics had. Hey, Douglas, he says, what is your favorite Sega Genesis game? I cannot answer that. I never have a singular favorite, unless it's Castlevania 4. Yeah, that is one thing I always tell people here on my channel, is I don't have a particular favorite ever, because I've played so many games. When you've played as many games as I have, I don't know, unless you're trying to, like, stand for something, for some odd, weird reason, it's hard to have a favorite. I have lots of favorites. Many of which you guys will probably see me play tonight. We shall see. But, I mean, as far as Genesis favorites, I mean, I love all three, like, of the core Sonic games. Sonic 1, Sonic 2, Sonic 3. Absolutely love Castlevania Bloodlines, Contra Hardcore, MUSHA, Thunder Force 4, aka Lightning Force, Subterranea, that's one of my favorites in the console. There's just a lot of stuff like that. I could probably name off, like, a bunch of others, but, yeah. And that's typically my answer whenever someone asks me what my favorites of something is. It's like, well, when you've had as much experience as I have, it's really hard to just pinpoint one thing. I'm on the mindset, too. I've learned this as I've gotten older, is that, no matter how much I like something, I eventually get bored of it. I can't just play the same thing over and over again. I can't play Castlevania every single day of my life. I can't play Doom every day of my life. I can't play this or that because it's quote-unquote my favorite. It just doesn't work like that for me. Even back in the day, it didn't work like that for me. I had to always mix things up, otherwise I would just get really, really bored. Seth says, I would never say Quackshot is the best game in the system, but something about it just clicks with him. Yeah, I think a lot of us have our games like that. I've got quite a few games that I love, but a lot of people just don't really get them, you know? Quackshot's actually funny you mentioned that, is one of those games that I never really got into. I have to be careful here. Oh yeah, you know what? I think this is Act 3. I think this is the lead up to the boss fight, so I'm not even going to be able to get another Chaos Emerald on this level. But at this rate, we might not actually get all the Chaos Emeralds. Yeah, this is the boss fight. He comes out and picks up these blocks. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I thought I had positioned myself okay, but apparently not. There we go. Desant says Fire Shark is probably his favorite Genesis shmup. Yeah, that's a pretty fun one. Paco says Sonic movies were pretty good, but Super Mario Bros. Is just amazing. Probably the best movie based on a video game ever made. You know, it's funny you mentioned that. I actually went out and saw that last night. And hey, Zanctum, any chance we may see the Winston-less Ghostbusters tonight? We will not, because I suck at that game. That is a brutal game. Desant says, originally on YouTube, you can only upload 10 minutes at a time. This was true. Yes. No, Freddy, I meant Castlevania 4. That is one of the only things, when people ask, what is your favorite of this and that, Castlevania 4 is usually, like, the one game I could name and say, hey, Castlevania 4 is probably, like, one of, if not my favorite games of all time. Leo says, how are the Sonic Advance titles? Man, you guys are throwing questions at me left and right. This is really hard to keep up with. I'm not used to this anymore. Our stream turnouts are so terrible these days that I usually can keep up with answers. The advanced titles, I've only really played the first one, Leo. I really liked that one. And funny enough, I actually played that mostly on the N-Gage, Sonic N. It's basically a port of the GBA game. Apparently parts 2 and 3 were pretty good too, but I never put much time into them. But yeah, Dasan was right. Back in the early days of YouTube, you can only upload 10 minutes. DJ says, I think Toe Jam and Earl is my favorite Genesis game. That's a really cool game. But yeah, you know, back to the Super Mario movie. I did watch that last night. I really enjoyed it. But the reality is, it is still basically like, it's a really simple story with all your typical, you know, kid-focused plot points. You know, all the characters are about to die about 15 times over the course of the movie, and they get saved at the last second. It's like not really, you know, as dramatic as it could be, but it is what it is. It's just a fun movie, and as someone that grew up with the NES and the original Super Mario Brothers, the original Super Mario Brothers trilogy, it was really fun seeing all the references to the old games, hearing like the musical cues and stuff like that, and all the references to other Nintendo games. Like in the very beginning of the movie, when it's sort of focused in the real world, they're going by like a, I think it was like a pizza place or something, and it was just a restaurant of some kind. And there was a Punch-Out logo. It was like Punch-Out Pizza or something. I was like, dude, that's awesome. I loved catching all those like little details. So yeah, I enjoyed it. You know, it's not gonna really get the brain going from like a thought standpoint. You're not gonna be like thinking about it a whole lot when you're done watching it. It is kind of a dumb popcorn flick, but it was fun. And just the fact that, I don't know, I was kind of feeling really nostalgic as I was watching it, because when I was growing up with the NES in the late 80s, you were kind of ridiculed if you played a lot of video games. It was not cool to play video games back then. Yes, they were popular, but it was like, oh, you only like to play video games? Yeah, you're a loser, that sort of thing. And it's just funny how it's just completely come around full circle. And it kind of made me tear up in a way, thinking like 30-something years later, this stuff is finally like accepted, you know? And it's just, the movie was kind of special to me in that regard alone, because in North America here, the NES was like, it was big, but again, you were still considered a complete loser if you just loved video games like I did, so. There was even a little part in the movie where, like, Mario's playing Kid Icarus for a few seconds. There's a little plot point to it, but it was just, it was funny, and he was playing on an NES. Yeah. Definitely hit the nostalgia buttons really well, that's for sure, so. Is it probably the best video game movie ever made? I would say it probably is, because one of the things about it is it felt like a video game too. It was all CG. It wasn't like the Sonic the Hedgehog movie, which, admittedly, I thought that was a fun movie too. Will I ever watch it again? I'm not so sure, but I did enjoy my time with it. I watched it with my brother a few years back on Blu-ray. But the Mario movie definitely felt like a video game. They even, like, the world itself looks like it was stripped directly from, like, Super Mario 3D World. They even bring back the cat suit, like, partway through the movie, and it's actually a pretty funny moment. By the way, Leo, you should probably watch that movie if you haven't seen it yet. I think you would actually enjoy it, too, for the reasons I just stated. But, again, it is basically a kid's movie, you know. Lots of fun for people that are fans of Nintendo. People that were not fans of Nintendo, or are not fans of Nintendo, you could probably skip out on it. You probably don't need to go see it. But for kids like myself that grew up on the NES and have lived with Mario for our entire lives, you know, they reference a lot of different eras of Mario in it. From the new stuff all the way back to the very beginning, and it's just, it's really fun in that regard, so. They've got, like, musical cues from Mario 3, like, near the end of the movie and stuff like that. It's just, they managed to work, like, almost all, like, the mainstays into it, which is really cool. They got Power Stars is, you know, like, one of the main themes as well, and that's from Mario 64, and it's just, yeah, the way they just, like, meshed all that stuff together was fun. So there we go. That's what I needed to do last time. The Last Starfighter is the best game movie in your opinion. But that wasn't actually based on a video game, was it? That was just like a game that, or sorry, a movie that was meant to just, like kind of like Tron, where it's like, you know, video games are a core theme of the movie, but it's not actually like based on a game. I mean, obviously there were Tron games, but they were based on the movie, not the other way around. But game, or I keep getting this reversed. Movies based on games typically are not very good. Like, based on real-world games, typically are not great. There's only been a few over the years that I've, like, legitimately enjoyed a lot. Like, I still love the first Mortal Kombat movie, not gonna lie. Granted, I was just a teenager when it came out, but it kind of tapped on the source material pretty well. It was true to the source material. Mostly. Aside from it being PG-13. Listen says, enjoyed the Resident Evil movies. Yeah, a lot of people like those. I wasn't a fan of them myself. I really only enjoyed the first one. The first Resident Evil movie. After that, they became just... I don't know. I wasn't really a fan. But yeah, I know a lot of people like those movies. There's so many of them, too. Alright, at this rate, we're probably not going to get all the Chaos Emeralds, but that's okay. Priest says the Wizard. Well, that wasn't based on a particular video game either. Although that one was kind of interesting because they did use, like, our real-world video games in it. Like, it was great scenes, stuff like Ninja Gaiden. I think there was a scene with Double Dragon in it. Obviously, the Power Glove made a cameo. So that was kind of interesting, too. But, yeah, it's known today as just being, like... I haven't seen that movie since I was a kid. I'd like to watch it again, see how it holds up. But it's seen now as basically just being this advertisement for Super Mario 3. Which it kind of was. All of us that saw that movie basically crapped our pants when Super Mario 3 was unveiled at the end of the movie. It was pretty crazy. Definitely one of those wow moments as a kid, like, no way! Oh yeah, no, I know Agostino. I still have a few more zones to go where I can try to get them, but I'm not holding my breath. I mean, I think I could technically get one on the first Scrap Rain zone, too, if I really wanted to. But I don't think it's gonna happen. It's not a big deal. I'm not going for perfection here. But once you guys start getting me talking and thinking about different topics that are unrelated to what I'm actually focusing on right now, I start to, like, lose focus, and, But that's one of the things about talking and playing at the same time, and it's actually one of the things that kind of can make it interesting sometimes, too. Alright, where's my Switch? Not a Nintendo Switch. Oh, it's right there. Okay. No. Okay, I got lucky there. I didn't realize it was right behind that TV. Thought I had already checked, but apparently not. Right, checkpoint. I'm pretty good on lives, at least. Oh, that was horrible. I tried to spin attack into that guy. I missed it. I hit the bubble instead. Yep, so there goes our chance on this level. Desan says the Hitman movies are pretty god-awful. You know, it's funny, I remember watching the first Hitman movie a long time ago, and I remember liking it, but I haven't seen it since, so... I don't know, maybe I'd like to check it out again, see if it still resonates with me at all. But I never was a fan of the games, so, like, I don't really have that video game perspective on that movie in particular, but I remember liking it as a movie. How soon until AI-generated play and talk streams? On my channel? Never. I will never AI play and talk streams. For other channels, that could be interesting. I'd be interested to see an AI play a video game and talk at the same time. Maybe even, like, impersonate a dead person while they're playing. Gene Wilder plays Super Mario Brothers live on stream. That could actually be scary but interesting at the same time. Alright, I have to jump through one of these waterfalls, but this part always gets me. Always takes me a while to get used to this again, and I don't know why I'm not... Oh, I'm holding. If you hold and jump, then it doesn't work. Okay. There we go. Jump through here. Got it. Cafe Man says Christopher Walken voice would be good in any video game. I would actually love to see Christopher Walken play video games and comment as he's playing. That would probably be one of the most amazing things ever. Look at all these gameplay mechanics that were, like, originated in the first Sonic the Hedgehog and they were carried over into the later ones. Like that pole mechanic underwater, that was in Sonic 3. Ooh, don't want to touch those. Richard Pryor and Gene Wilder tag teaming Double Dragon. That would be awesome. Oh man. What a time we live in. This is, again, it's creepy, but it's kind of funny at the same time. Oh, man. The question is, Uber, would it be arcade Double Dragon, or would we have them go alternate on NES Double Dragon? Do you think they would complain if they weren't able to play at the same time? Retro gamers would complain, but do you think, like, ancient actors would complain? Hey, 90s gaming guy. Seb says it's all fun and games until the bots learn what pranking is and decide to have a go at it. You know, Cafe Man, if they do make a Zelda movie, I bet you it's gonna be in the vein of like Super Mario Brothers, where it's all CG. Which honestly, that would probably be the way to go. Honestly, with any Nintendo movie moving forward, I think that's really the way to go. Because again, with the Mario movie, it felt a lot like a video game, which is good, you know, because it's based on a video game. So I don't think we'll see a live-action Nintendo movie again, honestly. Alright, let's just jump over that guy. Oh, I gotta take this slow. Slow and steady. I do still need to see the second Sonic movie. I hear there's a lot more CG involved in that one. I'd like to see how that turned out. Because the first Sonic movie was... Oh, you gotta be freaking kidding me. Alright, at this point, I'm just gonna run through the game. I don't even care about taking my time. I just want to get this over with at this point. I have failed my mission of getting all Chaos Emeralds. Now it's time to beat the game and go to the next title. That fan will not let me. I'm such a failure, guys! I'm such a failure! This music's really chill, though. I've always enjoyed the soundtrack in this game. Hey, 65 rings, okay. Hey! Okay, I spoke too soon. Seb says, with the success of the Mario movie, it wouldn't be too surprising to see more Nintendo movies soon enough. Yeah, I agree. I think it's a no-brainer at this point. And I'm okay with it. I just hope they don't crank them out like every year, you know? Like, space them out. Wow, that was an easy one to get. I thought it was gonna make me play the other bonus stage again that I failed, so... Nice. Dasan says, I hate Jim Carrey. Ruined it for him. Aw. Do I watch anime or read manga? Not really. I mean, I've seen some anime films over the years, but not a lot. I've liked them, but I haven't... It's not something I've actively, like, looked into. Now, there are some exceptions. Like, last year I actually bought both Vampire Hunter D films. The early to mid-80s original, along with Bloodlust from, like, I think that was like 2000 or something. I liked both of them, actually. Back in the day, I watched a couple as well that I enjoyed. I have Akira. I really like Akira. I've got that on DVD. Actually, I think I bought the Blu-ray one, too. Yeah, there's some I've seen. I watched Ghost in the Shell back in the day. Ninja Scroll, that was pretty cool. Obviously, as you can tell, I like stuff that's probably a little more sci-fi, spooky, probably gory. You know, modern, even Western-developed anime. Like, I've seen a couple of Netflix shows, like the Castlevania series, obviously. I've really enjoyed that. But, yeah, it's not a genre I really go out of my way to research. But I'm sure there's a lot of stuff out there still that I would really enjoy. I never got into, like, the really popular stuff, like, on TV, like, you know, the Dragon Ball series and things like that. Have I seen Wicked City? I have not seen Wicked City, no. What is that about? Whoa, another one! Wait, am I back to the first bonus level? Does it actually just loop around? Huh. I'm okay with that. Ah, man. I keep, like, just slipping down so fast. I can't see ahead, so I don't know which route is the right way to go. Like, they don't have arrows pointing you in the right direction on these earlier levels, so... Uber says, oh, I should watch both. It's very cyberpunk with demons. Okay, that sounds kind of awesome, actually. I like the premise already, Uber Disco, even though it's basically just 2 words. Yeah, these seesaw types of things are kind of interesting. It's fun mechanics. Uh-oh. Okay. I haven't been here in a while. That's not what I was going for, but okay. Use those iframes, just go right through the enemies. Alright, boss time. Oh. You can hurt him both ways. Drop the spikes into him. Or let him propel you upwards. Just like that. Kind of a cool boss fight. There we go, got him. Megan says the US Navy's Marine Mammal Program is teaching SEALs to play video games. I need to look that up. That sounds fun. Alright, last set of levels. Probably the toughest level in the game, or series of levels. So trial and error. Okay. It's like, where was I supposed to go? Couldn't see anything. This level design is never very nice to me. Oh, come on. Yeah, there's so much, like, cheap level design at the end here. Total trial and error. Any day now. There you go. Oh, come on. Come on, platforms. There you go. Gotta hit the switch first and then jump. Oh, joy! Endless pits everywhere! Uber says, yeah, I hate this level the most. Cafe Man says, somewhere Yuji Naka is laughing. Hey, Carlos, welcome back. Dasan says, in flashcart times, I would have shut it off a while ago. Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's how a lot of people are with the first Sonic. I always try to push myself all the way through. You know? Try to get all the way through it. This is very, interestingly, this is very, like, Euro-style design. Where it's, like, very stop and go. Very pattern-oriented. So you have to have some discipline here. There we go. Seb says, Scrap Brain is pretty cheap, so many blind drops. Yeah, absolutely. Whoa there. Okay, game. Orion says, for those that weren't around back then, playing Sonic for the first time was an amazing experience, especially if you owned an NES. This was leaps and bounds above 8-bit graphics. No, it absolutely was. Like, when I first saw Sonic the Hedgehog, I was blown away. Yeah, it was really something. I mean, just the 16-bit era in general, like when the Super Nintendo came out, you know, it's funny seeing what people consider to be, like, bad early Super Nintendo games. When in reality, when these games were new, they were, like, leaps and bounds above what we had prior, whether it was Master System or NES. Yeah, it was just an insane jump in quality overall. And if you weren't around back then, you're not going to really understand that aspect of things, you know, which is kind of a bummer. It goes for a lot of other entertainment mediums. You know, if you weren't around when it was new, it's a little bit harder to appreciate the jump in quality. Jump in technology, the jump in quality, the jump in things that, you know, these consoles were able to do. You know, kind of like what I was talking about earlier, you do have to take your time, and I'm not doing that. Like, I would not have run into those blades if I just took my time, but they were so far off screen that I was moving too fast, I was bound to just smash right into them. Society says, I'll never forget seeing Super Mario World for the first time. Those colors were so beautiful. Yeah, I totally agree. Megan says, seeing Daytona in arcade was the biggest jump. Yeah, you know what's kind of funny about that? Like, my first experience with, like, real polygons on a console was Star Fox on Super Nintendo, and that blew me away. But, it wasn't until, like, 32X and then Saturn that I really had a proper, like, home experience with 3D, like, smooth 3D. Like, Virtua Racing was really smooth on 32X, you know, so it was like, you know, Shadow Squadron and Virtua Fighter. But I never really got to experience those games in arcades, which is kind of a bummer. Like, I think I had stopped going to arcades by the time, we had started to get a lot of, like, the really, you know, technology-pushing 3D games like Daytona and Sega Rally, even Virtua Racing. I never saw Virtua Racing in arcades until way later. Poor Sonic. Yeah, but for me, as far as, like, home console 3D, it was definitely first the N64. Like, when we want to talk, like, jaw-dropping moments, yeah, N64 was a big one. When I saw the reveal of Mario 64, I was like, I didn't even know what to make of it. It was just, like, so crazy. But then the Dreamcast. And then it all just kind of, like, tapered off from there. I haven't really been super impressed by anything since. Well, I don't know. The original Xbox was pretty impressive, too. But, I kind of wish I was there for, like, the early arcade 3D stuff. Like, polygonal 3D stuff. Sega and Namco, in particular. They were the guys that were really pushing that technology in arcades in the 90s. It was really between them. They had the resources and the talent. You know, Namco with stuff like Starblade, and then Ridge Racer, and Tekken. And Sega with Virtua Racing, and then Virtua Fighter, and Daytona, and then Sega Rally. Am I gonna die in the same spot again? That music didn't even line up correctly. Yeah, I mean, Nintendo really should have went with CD at the time, I agree. When it came to N64, one of the big things was cost. CDs were so much cheaper, like, PlayStation games were $50, and N64 games were like 70 or 80. Like, it was harder on the developers and publishers, it was harder on the consumer. Which I think is a big reason why that console didn't sell nearly as many units as it should have. It's a good system, but it, yeah, there are definitely some flaws. However, that said, I kind of appreciate the cartridge format these days, because when I'm playing N64 games, you don't usually have load times. It's a very snappy experience. Whereas on PS1 and Saturn, there's a lot of waiting. So, yeah, there's a little bit of give and take. There's pros and cons, basically. In hindsight, though, like, they should have definitely went with CDs. Though I will say, cartridges allowed them to sell a cheaper console, at least, because N64, I think it was $200 when it came out. It was like $100 cheaper than the competition. I don't know, there's just a lot of nuance to that issue. But CDs probably would have been the best choice overall. Oh, come on, Sonic. What are you doing? Being a reckless little hedgehog. Oh, spikes up top, I could barely see. Oh, that's amazing. Sonic Team was really inspired by British video games. Not just British, but European video games. Let's obfuscate things that should be really easy to see. Alright, okay, thank you. Oh, finally. Okay. Cafe Man says, at least Sonic doesn't talk in this one. I don't know, I didn't mind talking Sonic. In the Sonic Adventure days, at least. But that was a different format, too. You know, it was called Sonic Adventure for a reason, I guess, right? Oh, Dasan, I played, you know, my fair share of Euro-developed games, yeah. I mean, both on, like, the ST, the Amiga. I mean, it's not to say, like, every Euro-developed game is like that. Some had better design chops than others, obviously, but it is very... That kind of game design is very common on those platforms, as you know all too well, having grown up in that region. But it's funny seeing a game like Sonic take some influence from that. Alright, we got it. We don't have all the Chaos Emeralds, though, unfortunately. Agostino says, if you go under the bridge in the start of that level, I think it's quite easier than the other way around. Yeah, I don't think I have done that before. Society says, it's funny, the more realistic games have become, the more I could care less. I don't play games to be in the real world, it's an escape. Well, Society, if you look around, you will still find very creative, colorful games that aren't realistic in the slightest. One I want to play sometime soon is actually, God, what the hell is it called? Oh, I know what it is. It's Hi-Fi Rush. It's published by Microsoft. It's on PC, and it's also on Xbox. And that looks super fun. And so I definitely want to play that. Like, again, if you look around, you'll find games like that that aren't super realistic. But I'm there with you. Like, I don't really play games for the realism. Games still have to have, like, an arcadey element for me to be engaging. They have to be fun, you know, and... Oops. Dasan says, I had both PS1 and later N64 because I wanted GoldenEye. Dasan says, I think the problem with N64, there wasn't so many great games, a lot of mediocrity. I mean, that was the case with every platform back then, Dasan. Every platform had its mediocrity. I think the biggest issue with N64 was the fact that it didn't have as much variety as other platforms. It's a phenomenal racing game system. It does have some good action games. And any console with Sin and Punishment is a winner in my book. But in all seriousness, yeah, it lacks variety. Like, I actually posted this on Atari Age like a few weeks back. It doesn't have, like, any pinball games. It doesn't have more than like a couple of shoot 'em ups, not counting like our classic arcade compilations. Yeah, it's missing a Chaos Emerald. It doesn't have you know, a lot of like straight 2D games, a lot of like straight 2D platformers, and 2D games in general. So it just lacks that, unfortunately. But where it excels really well. Like, it's got awesome driving games. It's got great first-person shooters, and obviously it had a lockdown on 3D platformers. Like for open world 3D platformers in particular, like it was like that's where it was at. So and Orion complained about too many sports games, but it apparently had really good sports games, and sports games here in North America were really popular. So while I don't play them, and yeah, obviously it makes trying to buy cartridges out in the wild more annoying, it has, you know, it apparently it was good for that back in the day. So can't knock sports fans for liking that console, but still, I think it's still a great system. It's just it lacks the variety, so I don't go back to it as often as I do like Saturn and PlayStation. Hey, you know what? Saturn was kind of the opposite of N64. It didn't have enough of like those awesome AAA heavy hitter games. Basically just about nothing with the level of polish that like Mario 64 or Star Fox 64 had, or F-Zero X had. But it had you know, tons of arcade titles. It was like the king of shoot 'em ups during that era, and it was just awesome for that stuff. But you know, Sega really like faltered first party wise during that era. Yeah, they had some real winners, but some of them were really so late into the console's lifespan it didn't even matter that much. Sega didn't really get their crap back together first party wise until the Dreamcast. You know, when they Sonic Adventure and stuff like that, Phantasy Star Online, whatever, House of the Dead 2. But yeah, so Saturn kind of had the opposite problem of N64. But PlayStation just had everything covered. Like literally everything, anything you could think of, like you could probably find it on PlayStation. That's why that console is so great. So, but yeah. Priest says Wave Race was good. Yeah, no, Wave Race is great. That's an excellent game. Unfortunately, we still don't have any kitties, which is kind of a bummer. I actually had my camcorder set up today instead of my webcam, so it'll be 60 FPS. Whee! Milo is actually behind me. He's by the window, absorbing the sun's lighting. Yeah, that generation was actually really interesting to go through because it's yeah, not like the N64 and Saturn, they didn't really have all their bases covered. But it wasn't quite that way on like, you know, the Genesis and Super Nintendo era, both consoles had just about everything you could ask for. I mean, even both consoles had pinball games. And so yeah, I mean, Super Nintendo had beat-em-ups, Genesis had beat-em-ups, Super Nintendo and Genesis both had good driving games, they both had great platformers, they both had great RPGs, but the Saturn and N64 were like the polar opposites during that era. It's kind of funny to think about. Yeah, you guys guessed it right. Streets of Rage 2. Like I said, we're going to be playing some comfy games tonight. Let's check out our options. We're going to leave it on the default difficulty, though, because this game gets pretty hard on the higher difficulties, and I haven't played this in a little while. And we're going to do Axel. He's always my main character in this game. One of the best improvements in this game over the first one, aside from effectively doubling the frame rate, is the addition of special moves. Every character has their own sets of special moves. So with Axel, I can hold down the kick button and let it go. He'll do 2 powerful kicks. But then he can also do forward punch, which is that. And you can do like a little 1-2-3 combo and link it into it. And then there's a dedicated special button, which can do 2 different attacks. That's one. I have to hold forward and press A to do that, but you lose a little bit of health. And then just pressing A by itself does that. I also lose health for doing that. So you don't want to abuse those too much. They're like panic moves. Each of the 4 characters have pretty distinct playstyles too, which is I always thought was really cool. Like if you play as Max, he's totally different from the smaller characters. Yeah, same here, Dasan. I really like the first Streets of Rage. It's one I didn't care for back in the day, because I had played this first, and I just thought it was such a downgrade. But when you get into it, it's actually a really fun game with its own unique strategy, you know? But this one is just so much more in just about every way, you know? I mean, even like the characters are like at least 30% larger than in the first game. This was kind of like a Sonic the Hedgehog moment for the Genesis, where it was like, holy crap, I didn't realize, you know, the Genesis could get this good, you know. Definitely a really big title for the system. Hell, it was even a pack-in for a little while, too. Oops. There you go. Trying to do a little crowd control. Get the enemies on the same side of the screen. Makes your life a little bit easier. Grand upper. Oops! I was trying to throw my knife, but it was not working too well. There we go. That's usually meat. Yes, you want to hold down the B button, then press jump. That was my problem. I was trying to press jump and attack at the same time, and so Axel was just jumping instead of throwing the knife. Yeah, Seb, for a short period in North America, it was a pack-in. This was when they were still selling Model 1 consoles. It's before the Model 2 came out. You can also press jump and attack at the same time, and you'll do a backhand. Pretty useful if enemies are right behind you. I don't think I have any of the dithering blending turned on the Mega SG, but you can turn it on. You notice this checkerboard pattern. It'll look more like a sort of a transparent hue. But that is a feature on this FPGA console. Works pretty well, actually. The series made Final Fight games look like your grandfather's game? Yeah, I don't really agree with that. Sorry. The original Final Fight is still an amazing game. Now this is more complex, for sure, but Final Fight is just an all-time classic. Oops, pressed A by accident. Yeah, that's one thing I love about these games, though, is if you hold up and jump as you're thrown, you actually land back on your feet. That's a really nice feature. It's a feature that took me so long to get the hang of, too. Now, unfortunately, Final Fight 2 and 3 on Super Nintendo, they were not great games. They were designed as console games, first and foremost, which sucks. They weren't terribly creative, they weren't... Not a lot of effort was put into those games, unfortunately. They pale compared to the first Final Fight in arcades. Yeah, whenever I hear Final Fight design, I immediately think arcade Final Fight. I mean, or even Sega CD Final Fight. I mean, Sega CD Final Fight is fantastic as well. Sega did a pretty good job converting that one. Hey, Venom, what's going on? X68000 Final Fight? Yeah, that one's alright. It still really pales compared to the arcade game. I actually tried that on emulation last year. Yeah, Seb, I agree, yeah. Super Nintendo Final Fight definitely pales to this, for sure. Doesn't really do the arcade version justice. It's still a good game in its own right, though. You know, that was one of those things where, you know, I had mentioned earlier, where the upgrade from 8 to 16-bit consoles was a big jump, and it's interesting to see people's perspective on it now. You look at Final Fight on Super Nintendo as a good example, where nowadays people are like, it's a terrible game, blah blah blah, there's all these problems with it, quote-unquote problems. People would rather complain about games' problems than actually just enjoy them for what they are. But, that said, before I go on to another tangent, is back in the day, people thought Final Fight on Super Nintendo was awesome. They were like, holy crap, there has been nothing like this on the NES. You know, these character sprites are like 10 times larger than what you'd get on any NES game, and yeah, there was no two-player mode, but we all still enjoyed playing it. It was a huge step up from what we had on 8-bit consoles, period. Andy, I did not get all the Chaos Emeralds. I think I failed to get the last one. I think I just needed one more. That's okay. I was getting distracted. We were having a lot of fun conversation. Alright, we're at the boss fight. I think. Oops. Lots of jump kicks on this guy. Oops, I pressed A by accident again. Could also use my panic attack if I wanted to. Got him. Yeah, Andy, you need to go into your personal account settings to make sure that, like, notifications are turned on in there. It's possible you might have them disabled somewhere. So you can have, like, the bell turned on every channel, but you still won't get them. It's kind of weird. Or if you're expecting notifications on, like, your phone or something, you might have another setting in your phone settings where YouTube notifications are turned off, so you've got a lot of digging to do. There's definitely something that's not right or something that's turned off. Hey, Deadly, what's going on? Extra life. I'm up to 6 lives, which is good. Good start. And the game does get a lot harder, so having as many lives as I can get is a good thing. Yeah, it doesn't look like fruits or food gives you any points, which is kind of a bummer. It's one scoring mechanism I liked in Final Fight is that if your life was full, food would basically just be converted to points, which pushed you towards your next extra life. But Streets of Rage 2 doesn't do that, unfortunately. Have I played Alien Soldier? I have played it before, but I never got very far into it. That's on my to-do list. Oops, did not mean to do that. Oops, what am I doing? I think we end up going to the pirate ship, and that's where the ninjas are introduced. Another extra life. Very nice. Ow. Might end up dying here. Oh my god. Yeah, we just died. That sucked. Keith says it's amazing how many Disneylands you walk by in this level, right? Yeah, it's a very creative level. I like it a lot. Trying to push that chicken as far back as possible. There we go. I like to leave health on the screen as much as I can until I know I've got the whole screen cleared out. That's my strategy. Okay. Cheap, but it works. I don't like taking advantage of that strategy, but it is definitely a strategy. Whoops! Meant to save that chicken. Stage 4. Going to Sega Stadium. Yeah, this level has a lot of interesting things to it, too. And we see some enemies introduced from Streets of Rage 1. It's like Boo. Oops. Hey, Adam, welcome back. Oops, did not mean to use that. Oh, come on. Keep getting wrecked by these guys. Or these women. Extra life, at least. And some apples. Hey, apple. Hey, yo, it's your boy Austin with English 101. Like, comment, favorite, subscribe. Gotta get rid of these guys. Too many on my tail. Alright, these guys you do not want to pick up, if I remember correctly. Now the algorithm knows you. As if 14 years wasn't enough. I almost feel like channels are punished for being around too long. Like, the more content you have, the more you potentially become a loss leader for YouTube. Like, I have over 1,000 videos. How much is that costing YouTube to host every month? And it's not like my videos make much money at all. Maybe I am the reason everyone's got a beg on YouTube. Because I'm taking up so much storage space that all the other big channels have to pay for it. Never thought about that before, actually. You might be right, Seb. It might just be boosting new channels, yeah. Get them hooked. Keep them coming back as creators. No, you don't, Orion. You really don't. You know, it's all relative, man. You could have 1,000 subs and have millions of views. It just doesn't... Likewise, you can have almost 14,000 subs and have almost no viewership. So, like, it's kind of an arbitrary number. Alright, I need to get him into a loop, if I remember correctly. He gets pissed off. Ah, you can just like jump kick him over and over. Am I confusing him for a Streets of Rage 1 or 3 fight? I don't remember at this point. There he goes. No, I'm thinking of this game. Ah, why did I do that? Keep missing! Man! Yeah, using the Grand Upper doesn't really work too well on him. Alright, there we go. Alright, the boat level. Where we get to fight a boxer that doesn't like wearing shoes. Kind of a weird place for a boxer to be, but I digress. I love how enemies can hit me on the Z-axis, but I can't hit them on the Z-axis. So basically, if I'm like slightly above or below them, they can hurt me, but I can't hurt them. Okay. Or they at least have more reach vertically than I do. Okay. That attack clearly has iframes. Hey, look, our favorite bartender is back. You didn't give me enough whiskey in my Coke, you bastard. Gonna beat the snot out of you. And you charged me $15 for that drink, too. What a ripoff. Yeah, Deadly, I need to look into what all the edits are for all those Shinobi games. So when I finally decide to learn that game, I can play the right one. Here I am, like, I don't like abusing that exploit, but here I am just abusing it now. Uh-oh. Oops. Oh, thought maybe I could grab him. That's funny, I didn't lose my sword. Very interesting. Travel student has arrived. Welcome. Ah, too much going on. Oh, I can actually pick them up here. Okay. Maybe that's the first Streets of Rage I'm thinking of, where like you can't pick up the fat guys. There's Boxer McGee. It's kind of a bad combo, having both these guys on screen at once. So. Oops, I tried doing my grand upper. I failed. Oops. Oh, come on. Alright, later, Dasan. Have a good night. Had I managed to not sleep for 12 hours, I would have probably started the stream a little bit earlier, so... Yeah, it's late for you too, Seb. I'm always surprised when you're able to pop into my streams, because it is late for you. Sucks that when you grab an enemy, you can potentially lose your weapon. Cafe Man says, it's almost time to switch from coffee to bourbon. I wish I was there with you, man. No sleep schedule helps with that. I mean, that's true too. You know, I wish I didn't have to have a sleep schedule. I would definitely prefer to stay up half the night, every night. But, my work schedule doesn't allow that. Now, I don't want to be on, like, full-on graveyard shift or anything like that, but I do like staying up late at night. And sleeping half the day. Okay, guys, could you stop knocking me off the screen? I need to get these items here. Those slides always catch me off guard. Oh. These guys are siphoning my lives out of me. I need my extra lives. Alright, boss time. Double whammy. Oh, hey, come on. It's not fair. That's not fair either. Neither is that. Alright, no problem, Magazino. Thanks for hanging out for a little bit. There we go. Got it. Oh man, that's rough. I'm not playing very well at this game. I forgot how long this game is, too. It's an awesome game, but man, it's a doozy. Kind of takes it out of you. Ego says, that's okay. When I was a kid, I would usually get to bed by 8 p.m. My parents would try to put me to bed at like 8 or 9 p.m. and it would never work. I would end up sitting there tossing and turning in my bed for like 3 or 4 hours before actually getting to sleep. Ow. I saw that coming from a mile away. I had whiffed and I was like, yep, definitely gonna get clocked by that. Ah, and again. Some of your wind-ups in this game are so slow, too. It leaves you wide open when you try to attack with your weapons. These conveyors are tough to deal with. Enemies get stuck on them, they keep going off the screen. Away from you. Alright, see ya, Seb. Have yourself a good night. Could probably use the grand upper against those guys. Spinning slash is mean. Ugh. Yeah, they can counter your jump kicks. I keep falling for that. Trova student, yeah, every character has special moves. You can link them in, or you can link a combo into them. It's pretty basic, just like a 1, 2, 3, then use your special. Which for me, it's this one. It's forward punch. Hey, Jose, it is indeed Streets of Rage 2. Oh, for some reason I thought there was going to be like a barrel for health or something. Apparently not. Alright, see ya, Abba. Have a good night. Alright, last level. Only 4 lives, though. Ugh, I hate these guys so much. And tonight with a bang, we're just getting started, Freddy. This is only our second game. I mean, we could, like, you know, end it with a bang. I could, I don't know, turn on my camcorder and just light my Genesis on fire. That would be a way to end the stream. It's okay, I have plenty. I can afford to light 1 or 2 on fire. I would never do that. Even the broken console. The first game tonight was Sonic the Hedgehog. First one. Whoops! Thought he was gonna get knocked down. Probably just you, Andy. I'm not dropping any frames here. Always check your internet connection first. Go to speedtest.net. More people need to use that. Do some troubleshooting. Yeah, it's been so long since I played this, I don't remember, like, the exact strategy for these guys. Well, we're gonna beat this game no matter what, but, kind of a bummer, I might not get a 1 credit clear on it. Did you try restarting your computer? No, it's, did you try turning it off and on again? Great. You? Really? Yeah, jump kicking works on like every other guy, so when you have an enemy where it doesn't work on them, it takes you forever to get used to it. That's right, the IT crowd. Yep. Alright, last boss. Okay. Looks like I'm not using a cheap strat on Shiva. Big boss man over there looks so bored. I think that's it. Yep, that's game over. Alright, we got it. Oh, yeah, Streets of Rage 2. Hey, Ronnie. Welcome back, sir. How are you doing? Hope all is well. I'm doing alright, Ronnie, thank you. Thanks for the patch emotes, guys. Yeah, I know, Ronnie told me the other day on Discord. Oh, that's right. There's other people in chat too. It's not just me. Sorry. My bad. Am I getting MILO emotes soon? Yes. But I've been saying that for months, so no. Whenever I remember. Whenever I remember to not be lazy. Yeah, speaking of which, our felines are not in their beds, unfortunately. Milo is actually right behind me. He's just off camera. Oh, man. All right. Time to switch games. Alright, what do I want to play next? Let's see. Alright, so we did a platformer, we did a beat 'em up. Could be appropriate to maybe do a shoot 'em up or something like that. Mike says, play an RPG! That would be funny. You're a funny guy, Mike. I'm thinking. This'll wake up our resident Leo. Guys, you can recommend stuff all you want. I'm not playing them. I told you, it's in the description. I'm doing comfy stuff for me. So just sit back, relax. Don't get too hyped up. It's just Sega Genesis, that's all. Leo shall arise and spring forth into the chat. Hey, Grendel, welcome to the stream. Agostino says, I have took a potion, aka Brazilian coffee, and I have been revived. Alright, yeah, we're just going to just go.
Get ready.
Yeah, so this is OutRun. Obviously a port of an arcade game. Pretty good version on... I was gonna say pretty good version on Genesis, but we might have to actually restart this. I don't know, we'll roll with it and see what happens. Priest says drinking and driving. I wish. Actually, I have done plenty of drinking and driving lately with OutRun over on Twitch. I don't know, I'm gonna have to start cutting back on the drinking part. Yeah, we played a lot of different OutRun games lately. From, you know, classic arcade OutRun, which is now on the Mr. FPGA, to the various home conversions, like the Genesis one here, OutRun 2019, we played the Master System one, we played a bunch of OutRun 2. Almost too much OutRun, actually. Well, then again, you can never have too much OutRun. It's just one of those games. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna actually make this. Yeah, if you wreck in this game, like, you end up losing so much time. Wow, we barely made it. Alright, I had to basically play perfect now if I'm gonna get this. It only has five levels, but you've got multiple different ways you can go, so there's a lot of different scenery in this game. Yeah, one thing that's cool about this is depending on your last level, you know, it'll change your ending. And Genesis version's kind of special because if you get all 5 endings, you get a bonus ending, which is really neat. Really like how they added that into this version of the game. I have a full Let's Play of this actually from many, many years ago where I show that off. Alright, a little bit better that time. Still basically have to play perfect though. Oh, that is not perfect. Oh, that's a problem. I did not see that coming up. That just hit me out of nowhere. I am not as good at this version as I used to be. I mean, really any version of OutRun I'm not as good at as I used to be. Any version of original OutRun, I should say. I'm pretty good at OutRun, too. Like, I don't really ever have trouble with that one. Wow, we still made it. Lucky. Alright, stage 4. Uh-oh, Patchouli's meowing at me. Not a good time, girl. I'm trying to play OutRun. Also why I'm not looking at chat. I'm trying to focus and survive. I'll switch it over to the Patchy cam afterwards, though, if she's still in here. It'll be one of the first kitty sightings today. Oh, I'm on low. And one of the things about switching gears in this is that, like, there's no sound cue for it, and so sometimes you can get stuck in the wrong gear and not even realize it. A lot of sound cues missing in this game. Yeah, that screwed me up, actually. We may have made it if I wasn't stuck in low gear for such a long time. Oh, holy crap. Alright, we don't deserve that. We don't deserve that. Now, the last course always has, like, the least amount of track, and so it's the easiest to finish it. So as long as we're here, we might have a chance. So you're saying there's a chance? Really sharp turns here, though. No, we're not gonna make it. Oh, we made it! We have 3 seconds left.
Hey, Julie. Come here, Julie. Come on, babe. Come on, Julie. Julie.
Congratulations!
Julie.
Woo! Yeah, we barely made that. Patchouli.
Here, babe. Here, babe. Such a big girl. Right here.
There she is. Yeah, having cats is fun. It's work, but it's fun. Oh, man. Milo's awake, too. Maybe I can get him over here.
Hey, bud. What you doing? Hey, Mr. Milo.
Alright, let's do another run of OutRun. Let's do Step on Beat. That's a new track made for this version of the game.
Get ready.
It's a different level of... It's a different kind of work, Mark. They are different. Hey, Agostino, thanks for that. Here's a cheapo GG. Thank you, sir. Oops, not good. Woo! Maybe I should turn that down just a little bit. That was pretty loud.
Checkpoint.
Oh no, not good. Yeah, bumped into the car and it bumped me into a tree, and then that basically just stalls you out completely. Don't touch the trees!
Checkpoint.
Alright, so far so good. Yeah, this level actually comes earlier in the arcade game. Although there are different route differences based on the region. Never quite figured those out. And I think those were altered even further in the home releases. Like this one right here. Also, it's interesting on this one, it's bright as day. In the arcade one, it's sort of like dusk.
Checkpoint.
Yeah, exactly, Deadly. That good old Sega music. Sega had so many, like, good tunes back in the day. Alright, last course. We're doing it much... I was gonna say we're doing it much better this time.
Checkpoint.
Oh no, are you serious? I was trying to get off the course, but I just veered into the trees. It's like I was stuck. Hey, we got it. A Veiler says those walls on the right side were giving me Battletoads PTSD. I love Battletoads.
Congratulations.
Yeah, and I agree, Freddy. OutRun 2 is very much a comfort game for me. Absolutely. Doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Thanks for the GGs all. I appreciate that.
Get ready.
We do another one. I'll try to clear out the routes that I haven't finished yet, and if you guys are up for it, maybe we can just see that special ending. So Leo and I were actually talking about this a little bit a couple weeks back, about how a lot of Genesis games, driving games specifically, I mean, same with Super Nintendo, either have music or sound effects, but not both. OutRun here does, kind of goes in the middle with that. You've got a full soundtrack, but not all the sound effects are here. Like, there's no gear shifting, there's no engine sound. But they have the skidding sound, and you do hear when cars pass you. It's a nice little balance. Okay, I guess we're stuck with this route. Thanks, whatever car was in front of me. Agostino's never seen it.
Checkpoint.
Even more reason to show it off then. Yeah, you have to clear all 5 final stages in one go, like, you know, without turning the console off, because obviously this doesn't save your data. Alright, so we have to, well, preferably I go left this time, just to make the micromanagement a little bit easier on me. Oh my god, you gotta be freaking kidding me, dude. Yeah, we might not actually make it this time. I've bumped into too many things. Although a little spin out is a lot better than like a full wreck. The full wrecks just takes up so much time. Oh, and... ugh, jeez, this is bad. Yeah, we're gonna have to redo this. There's no way I'm gonna get this. I'm just gonna let this sit here. Yeah, I agree, Freddy. I mean, just like an emulated version of Outrunners could be great. I don't think there are any car licenses in that game either, so like it's not a licensing issue. It's kind of surprising that Sega hasn't really dipped into that. All right, let's try this again.
Get ready.
Hey, Will, thanks for re-upping your membership. I've been okay. How have you been?
Checkpoint.
Alright, so I want to try to get off like this course, since we've already seen this. But the first and second courses we're going to always see in order to split our direction. Change our direction. Alright, we're going to the right. Ooh, that's a lot of cars. Hey, John Evan, welcome back. We're good on time, though, which is good. So...
Checkpoint.
One thing I miss about engine sounds is that with engine sounds you can kind of gauge how quickly your RPMs are building up or your speed is building up without actually having to look at anything. You can just use the auditory cue. And that's one of the things I don't like about this version of the game. But you kind of get used to it. Like when I'm in low gear, I know exactly when to switch when I can hear the engine sounds. But right now I have to actually look up at my miles per hour gauge to kind of see when I want to switch.
Checkpoint.
It seems like between 80 and 90 miles an hour is a good time to switch into high gear. Lots of hills on this one.
Checkpoint.
Alright, last course. That's it. A lot of sharp turns there.
Congratulations.
Your wife and I are going to be parents 2.0. Oh, no way. You're going to have a second one. Congratulations. Alright, so we got the tops and bottom, top and bottom, and we've got the second from the top, so we need both the second and third one from the bottom. Okay. Thanks for the GGs, guys. And Mike says, Genesis Super Monaco GP is one of his comfort games. Been too long since he's played it.
Get ready.
Splash Wave! Yeah, the fun thing about OutRun is that doing a full run takes about 5 minutes. And so you can do a couple and then just turn the game off, and you're like, oh yeah, that was good fun. On to something else.
Checkpoint.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me! Why did that register as a hit? Come on. I got screwed by bad collision detection there. I was like fully in my lane. Just trying to pass that other guy. Yeah, that might actually ruin this whole run. We'll see. Oops, that was close. Alright, looks like we might have it.
Checkpoint.
Yeah, going into low gear and those sharp turns is pretty important, it seems. You can tell there's going to be a sharp turn because you always have like a regular turn, and then you see a second set of signs, which means it's going to turn even sharper.
Checkpoint.
Alright, we need to take this left exit this time.
Checkpoint.
Those jumbled pixels make it look like an Atari 7800 game. God, I hate those pink cars so much. They always, like, shift multiple lanes. I thought it was gonna bump me into the tree. That might be it. Yep, that's it. We got it. John Evans been rewatching Breaking Bad. That was a great show.
Congratulations.
She just walks right by him. The endings in this game are so much fun. Hi, Milo. Alright, come on, bud.
Hey, guy.
Alright, so I need that middle ending. Now, if I remember correctly, it's just you finish all 5 endings. It doesn't matter which routes you take. I hope it's that and not, oh, you've got to play every course in the game. If it's that, then we're not going to get this, but...
Get ready.
I'm going to pause it real quick, because they were... Patchouli wants to sleep, and Milo is wide awake. A lot of times this means he'll try to instigate her, and then they'll just go chasing each other. Ugh. Okay. Back to our regularly scheduled programming. Alright, we need that middle ending. Milo has jumped down. He got bored.
Checkpoint.
Patchouli is still chilling. Alright, we will go right. And bump into a car. I feel like some of these vehicles just appear out of nowhere.
Checkpoint.
Whee! Alright, it doesn't really matter which route I go here, but I'm gonna try to go right. I think. Don't. God damn it, man. Come on. I switched into low gear and I was braking and I still veered off the course. Like, give me a break.
Checkpoint.
Alright. Now we're gonna have to go left next time. You know, if car RNG allows us to. Hey, it's the columns! Choppy columns. I should play some columns later. Actually, every time I do that, people leave. They're like, this game's boring. Like, but it's a classic. I was dabbling with NES homebrews a few weeks ago, which is how I got into Battle Kid, but along the way I found some kind of interesting titles, and one of them was a homebrew NES columns. I was like, oh man, this is pretty cool. Except that when you drop your first piece, the music goes away, and so it was not nearly as cool as I was hoping. Because the soundtrack in columns is a big part of its appeal. We might not actually make this. Look at this. It's just not good. Oh, especially not good now. Oh, barely made it. Okay. Alright, we get this. I'd like to not do this again. Beware of rocks. Beware of falling rocks. We actually have some mountainsides in this area that have signs like that, like beware of falling rocks. I've actually seen some videos of like places where the rocks actually do fall and like land on cars, and that's some scary stuff. Very tight set of course, too. Like, this is kind of crazy. Okay, we got it. Nice. Nice. Nice to see some columns love in here. It is a really simple concept, and so like, I understand people not really getting into it long term. It doesn't have the same appeal as Tetris, but it's still really fun. It's chill. It's got quality soundtrack. There you go, Agostino. We get an actual ending. So this is what you get if you beat all 5 courses. I haven't done this in a long time. Bejeweled's a pretty different puzzle game, though. It's kind of apples to oranges. Hey, New Moon, welcome back. And thanks for the GGs, everybody. You prefer columns over Tetris? Wow. Yeah, I'm the opposite. Tetris is a lot more challenging. Columns on Genesis is like a snooze fest for me. I just play it endlessly and it never ends. But Tetris is like, I know the game is going to end and it gets tense. But I still love columns. T's Music did this. What? I didn't know T's Music did this. They did a bunch of old school game soundtracks, mostly CD stuff. Wow, I didn't know they did the Genesis soundtrack. That's awesome. Tetris just has more going on than columns, like, you know, the way you can rotate the pieces, the different shapes and sizes and stuff like that. Whereas columns, it's literally just vertical, you know, 3 in a row jewels. But I'd like to see a really high-level player play columns. I think that would be cool. See what sorts of, like, stacks they could come up with. Because that is one thing about columns. It's a little bit like Puyo Puyo, where, like, you can try to create chains. Never got good at creating chains. John Evan asks, have you seen the Tetris movie? I have not. In case anyone wants to relive this moment. Oh, man. All right. We have a chill patchy still. Hey, Agostino, thank you very much for that. Phenomenal, thank you so much. GG. Yeah, you're welcome, sir. Yeah, it's cool to be able to show off stuff like that, because a lot of people, I don't think, know that this actually has a credits roll and an ending. I haven't actually gotten it in a long time, so that's pretty cool. What I'm going to do is actually, I'm going to take a quick break. I need to use the restroom. But I'm going to just play some music. I will be right back. So don't go anywhere. Alright, I'm back, guys. Sorry, I had to grab some snacks, too. I was pretty hungry. Andy, were you joking or were you serious about that? He has actually been doing that lately, and I don't know why. I've had to do a lot of cleanup after him. So while that might have been a joke, he's actually been doing that lately, so... If it was legit, I'll have to watch the archive. Alright, let's switch games. Okay. I'll take a look. Well, I can't check the camera footage. I can't do it until the archive's up, so... But I'll go check it later. Alright, let's see. Man, I had a bunch of games in mind when I started this stream, and now I've got, like, nothing in mind. Just drawing blanks. I knew I should have probably just made a list before starting the stream, as opposed to just scrolling through another list. Oh, there he goes. Thanks, Availer. Rest in peace, Genesis box. Cat pee is not pleasant. No, it is not pleasant. I've been having to deal with it a lot lately. Again, I don't know why he's just spaying all over the place. It's usually small amounts, but yeah, I don't know. He went on my couch a couple times. Like, I sat down and was like, this smells weird. And then I looked over to the left and right, and like there were stains on both sides of the couch and on one of the cushions, and I just don't get it. He could just be frustrated that he's not able to go outside. He's always begging to go outside, and it's like, no, you can't, cat. No, I don't want you guys to name out a few. Just give me time. Just be patient with me, guys. Be patient. Hey, Don, welcome back.
Why did you do that? Huh?
No, Andy, I'm glad that you said something, because I would have let that sit, and if I didn't get it cleaned off right away, it probably would have done some damage to the box, but I just took a disinfectant wipe and wiped it off, and it looks fine. So I do appreciate the heads up. I don't think he's a mad cat, Don. He's just I mean, he's a lovable guy. He sleeps with me every night. He has a lot of fun. I think he's just, maybe this environment is just too small for him. I don't know. I've got a lot of thinking to do about that, because he's been urinated around the place, usually out of sight, and it's like I don't see it, and it's so little that I don't smell it either. He's not just going like left and right. It's just weird. He's being very selective about it. So I've got to do some research into it. But yeah, we're doing a Contra Hardcore. This is one I actually did want to play tonight. Freddy says, I've been playing through Gauntlet Dark Legacy lately. My knight is now a 90 Paladin, level 90 Paladin. Only 2 runestones remaining to get to the final boss. Nice. Cats do mark their territory, Mike, but Patchouli's never done that. It's just Milo, and he's only been doing it recently. I really have no idea why he's doing it. It's possible he was marking my Genesis boxes as his territory. Andy says it's mainly the males that do that. Yeah, the thing is, I've had multiple male cats over the years, and they've never done it indoors. I'm sure they've done it outdoors, but they've never done it inside our own home. So, this is a new one to me. Ooh, I didn't kill him yet? Interesting. Yes, gotcha. This is Contra Hardcore. So one of the great things about Contra Hardcore is that you've got different routes to go. Kind of like OutRun. And you do get multiple endings. You also have 4 different characters you can play as, each with different play styles, different weapon loadouts and whatnot. Of the memorizer Contras, it's definitely my favorite. But it is very memorization heavy. It's not a game for everyone. In my opinion, it's not a game for everyone. Yeah, my Milo has been neutered as well. He's been spayed. Blazing Chrome's father. That's a good one too. I did a blind stream of that years ago. I think around the time it came out. That was a really good game. I really enjoyed that. Don says the boss rush era of Contra. Yeah. It's a good way to put it. Hey, Lifo, a certified difficult classic. It is, yeah. Well, like I told you guys, some of my favorite Genesis games are hard ones. Although this one is less difficult when you know what to do. It's more just about positioning your character in the right spot. Like, you'll see some of these bosses, and I literally just sit in the same spot, like, the whole time. So... Japanese version is so much easier. It depends. It's easier to learn. Since you do get some extra hit points. You guys gotta remember, like, yes, learning a game could be hard, but once you master it, it's then easy. So when people are like, this is easy or this is hard, I think of it from like a first time perspective versus a 20th time perspective. If it's a game with a lot of randomness, it can potentially still be really, really hard on the 20th time. But if it's a game like this, where it's literally just about memorization, then it could be easy on the 20th time. It's all relative. And thus, those hit points won't even make a big difference at that point. Once you know where to position yourself. Dude, look at that. I sat in the corner. That was it. You phrase the American version of this as more rental friendly. Ronnie says it makes me want to play Gunstar Heroes. Yeah, that's another awesome one. Maybe we could play that one later. I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, exactly, Gary. That's basically what I'm saying. Japanese version makes it easier to get into, but they're basically the same once you have everything memorized. I guess to a degree in the Japanese one, even when you know what you're doing, you can let your guard down a little bit more. Man, I really need to take on Shattered Soldier sometime. Yeah, Don, I think you're probably, well, yeah, I think you're right about that. Alien Wars, I think, is a more challenging game overall. And that game actually has, like, higher difficulty settings and whatnot. So, you know, trying to beat that game on hard mode is, like, pretty tough. Also, if we go up top, we can find ourselves an alternate ending. But we're not going to do that today. Have I ever beaten Blades of Vengeance? Hell no. Remember that game being a pain in the ass. For all the wrong reasons. Have any of you guys ever beaten that game? Hey, big dogs, welcome back. Yeah, this character, his name is Brownie. He's a really small guy, and what's really cool about him is he's got a couple of homing weapons. The yo-yo one is really, really powerful, but he's also got a double jump, which helps a ton. Don says, I just find the way the character moves in Alien Wars is not really ideal for the amount of stuff the game throws at you. No, I think you're right. Your characters... all the sprites in that game are kind of large, and it feels like you just don't have a lot of screen real estate to move around. And of course, your character still jumps a mile high. And there's no, like, ground slide attack. It's one thing that makes this easier over Alien Wars is the ground slide. Uh-oh. The ground slide, in most cases, makes you invincible. So you can actually just, like, slide through solid objects, or solid enemies that would normally kill you. And that's crucial to, you know, being decent at this game. Also, you can lock yourself into place in this. You can either press X, Y, or Z if you're on a 6-button controller, or you can hold down the shot button and press A. Very important maneuver that I'm not really taking advantage of right now. Deadly Blades of Vengeance might have been, I mean, it's most certainly a Western developed game, but it's possible it was made in America. I mean, honestly, it's kind of hard to tell the difference between a Euro developed game and an American developed game back then. Like, they all shared a lot of the same qualities in terms of just weird design choices, and that weren't always very player friendly. I love that you can, like, just wave his A shot back and forth. It's a little reminiscent of the aiming in arcade Contra 1. Well, and Super Contra, I guess. You don't want to hit this thing too much, otherwise the projectile becomes too unpredictable. This is probably the longest boss fight in the whole game. Gets a little repetitious, as if I remember correctly, I think this is one of the boss fights you always have to fight whenever you play this game. Alright, so I switched weapons at the last moment, because you do lose the weapon that you're currently equipped with. Or whichever one is selected is the one that you lose when you die. And I do not want to use, lose the yo-yo. This is definitely the best weapon with Brownie. This rapid machine gun laser style thing is the next most useful weapon. The B and D weapons with him, I don't really care about that much. I mean, I'll use them if I have to, but... And in select situations. Like, there's one situation at the end of this fight where the B weapon's actually pretty useful. Like right here. Every time you hit this guy, it bounces back and forth, and the harder you hit it, the farther it bounces back and forth. But with the B weapon, it barely makes him do anything, so I'm just doing damage without him bouncing around like a crazy madman. Makes this part a lot safer, basically. Nice, got it. Alright, we're gonna take the... Well, to me it's the easier route, because I've actually done it more recently. But if we select Fight to the End, we'll do a boss rush here in this arena. Otherwise, you get thrown onto a train, which has a different series of boss fights. Agostino says, Blades of Vengeance had an Australian development team and a US producer team. Yeah, that's... I mean, I put Australian developers with Western developers. You know, they're English speakers. They have... yeah. They had very similar design philosophies as, you know, American developers and Euro developers. But yeah, still good to know exactly where it came from. Whether it was Europe, Australia, North America, whatever. Yeah, this little guy will actually drop power-ups. I actually haven't used any of my bombs yet, so I've got 3 in stock right now, which is nice. Quick killing these bosses also helps. This is actually pretty funny. The doctor gets eaten. I love it. Oops, did not want to switch. Yeah, I was a dummy. I switched like an idiot. Too focused on my weapon switching instead of positioning my character. Alright, got him. Just like Contra 3 on Super Nintendo, your regular machine gun is still pretty good. Ah, it's the boat level. Forgot about this one. I mean, didn't really forget about it, I just forgot I was gonna come here on this route. Alright, see you, Crestline. Have a good night. A little bit like the 7th Force. Gunstar Heroes. Sort of. Oops, did not mean to do that. And I forgot about that. And I completely forgot about this level. For some reason I thought we were going to like the last stage on this route. But no, this makes sense. Okay, Milo. Look at you. Ah. I saw that coming from a mile away, yet I jumped anyway. I couldn't tell if that's where it was going to land or where I needed to be, and I realized, that's probably where I need to be. Yeah, this is the level I was thinking of. Okay. Oops. Yeah, that wasn't cheap or anything. Hey, they do this in Batman and Robin. Well, there goes my best weapon. Actually, this was not the route I was thinking of. I think I maybe actually meant to go the train route, because this is not the final boss I was expecting. And actually, you know what? There might even be another boss after this. I totally forget. Oops. Oh, you might even get a game over on this one. I was not expecting that. Ah. Yeah, I did spare Deadeye. I think that's the problem, Don, is normally I kill Deadeye, and that's what changed my route. I totally forgot about that. Well, since we actually got a game over, I'll just switch characters so you guys can see some other stuff. Fang is a really cool character. He's like the powerful character. But he's also can be a little harder to use, depending. He's got this charge attack. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. His duck is also not nearly as short as other characters. Jeez, how many hits are you gonna take? Yeah, that goes to show how powerful Brownie's yo-yo was. There we go. I'm at 0 lives again. So this is not good. Yeah, unfortunately I don't have really anything on me right now. Yeah, this weapon is so hard to use, too. That was bad. Alright, let's try Sheena. She's got, like, this really nice spread shot that's also homing. There it is. Good for lots of little popcorn enemies like this. Oh, you gotta be kidding me! I thought I could just jump over. Nope, got hit by it. God, man, this is bad. It's a classic, sort of Super C machine gun shot. Oh, I slid. What the hell, dude? Oh, what am I doing? Ah, this makes me want to throw my console across the room. Ugh. I should not be dying like this. Alright, over to Ray then. Hey, we've at least gotten to show off all 4 characters. Kinda sucks that they barely give you anything on this level. Oops. I keep cycling to my bomb and using it, thinking I'm on my A weapon. Man, the homing barely works on it because it keeps touching that second row of guys. Wonder how many people got here back in the day and were like, how am I supposed to avoid that? Not even knowing about the slide. The slide is very important in this game. He just kept jumping around. I was like, okay, I'll take advantage of this as long as I can. Yeah, we have to ride the missile, I think. I haven't done this route in so long. Such an over-the-top way to go. Too many enemies on screen, the homing doesn't even know what to do anymore. Alright, here we go. Disgusting looking thing. Oof. Jeez, I don't even remember this fight. I don't know about what Contra game you're asking about, but this is a Contra game. It's Contra Hardcore. Yeah, I don't even remember this guy, honestly. Doing this without any helpful weapons is a little tricky, to say the least. Oh, what? I slid. I slid by accident. No, Leafo, it just means that I haven't played the game in a long time. There we go. I don't feel so naked now. Hey, encrypted printer, how are you been? It is indeed hardcore, Cafe Man. Ooh. Oh, we actually got it. I thought that was going to be a little more complicated. Sorry to keep you waiting. Yeah, that guy dies. Oh, wait a second. Thought he died earlier in the playthrough, but apparently not. Saved by Chopper Bro. Alcho says I actually played this one the other night on my Genesis Mini. Nice. see you next mission. Final score, almost nothing because I had to continue like 4 times. Alright, let's switch games. Yep, she's a sleepy girl, alright. Old Patchouli, she sleeps a lot. I guess we're gonna do something nice and easy. Well, easy for me. After playing through a bunch of hard games, I'm going to take it easy for this one. Good old MUSHA. Played it like a million times on my channel. Actually, let's do that. You can adjust your speed in this game. You do that by pressing start and then pressing left or right on the D-pad. That's what those red arrows are above. Yeah, I was trying to think of some shmups to play, but really MUSHA is the only one right now that I'm like super comfortable with. And I can just kind of rip right through. Even old Lightning Force I still struggle with right now because I haven't played it a lot recently. What are my thoughts on Biohazard Battle? It's alright. It's got an interesting premise. I can't say I'm a fan of the soundtrack at all, though, which kind of keeps me from getting into it. Gameplay's okay. Oops. So your sub-weapons in this game, you have a separate button to use them. And they kind of act as a shield. You can absorb one hit with them. So I took a hit, lost my lightning, and switched over to that blue power-up, which is also a shield-based weapon. I'd say the blue weapon's actually my favorite because in its final powered-up state, it actually shoots projectiles out. Some of these stages in MUSHA can kind of go on for too long, but I kind of just zone out when I play this game. the music for me is like one of my favorite soundtracks from this generation. And so it just kind of keeps me in the zone, or keeps me just playing, even though like it might get a little boring or tedious. Some stages are a lot more exciting than others, that's for sure. The game gets a little more tense the farther in you get. These little canisters that drop, they upgrade my primary shot, but they also let me earn these little side pods, these helper pods. In the top right you can see it says I have 14 of them right now. And I can cycle them around, put them in different positions. I do like reverse because it kind of squeezes them inside of you. And so you're less likely to lose them because they do take their own damage. Yeah, it's kind of funny, Ronnie, you being a cat dad, considering you're allergic to them. I guess you just continue to take meds for that. Or have your allergies just not been acting up lately? Alright, since I'm on my final firepower level, I'd rather just use the blue shield. Since it provides a little bit of a shield, but it also shoots projectiles up. Also, since your pods do, can be destroyed, I don't recommend using the free function. It basically just locks onto enemies, gets right in their face. They're most likely to get destroyed that way, and then you'll just run out completely. And you keep the Zyrtec stocked up. Gotcha, okay. Yeah, that's good to hear. Alright, boss time. So Ronnie, you have a cat named Rosie. Patchouli, you know, the funny thing about her, she only meows really when she wants something. When she doesn't want something, she's generally pretty quiet. Milo, on the other hand, we have conversations together. He kind of just talks back to me. And when he gets really needy, he'll start running around the apartment just, like, howling like crazy. Venom's finally back. Welcome back, sir. It goes okay. I'm a little tired. A little out of it today. Switch to reverse. That way I have, don't have to worry about my pods, like, running into these walls. Great scrolling effects here. This is one of the things that MUSHA is really known for. This is a pretty early game, too. This is like 1990. I think I could pause. No, I was gonna say I could pause and cycle through my pods, but apparently not. Really cool boss designs, too. cat Rosie very often wants things. Yeah, so she's constantly meowing. Yeah, Pachuli's at that age where she mainly meows when it's time to eat. And then if I'm in here streaming, she'll come in and meow at me, which is... She actually did that when I was playing OutRun. But then she doesn't really talk much otherwise. But yeah, Venom, I'm on the Mega SG. I always prefer to use that when I'm streaming consoles like this, because then I don't get any signal drops or anything on my capture card. It's a much smoother stream experience. Plus I get to use first-party controllers without having to have any weird adapters. Modern tech with the original feel. It's the way I like it. I'm up to 43 pods. It's a lot. This level here is kind of like a major difficulty spike. A couple of parts that are pretty tough to deal with, so we'll see what happens here. Man, Dasan earlier had mentioned Fire Shark, and now I kind of want to play that. We might have to play that later tonight. This guy has different attacks based on the colored orbs it grabs. All lightning so far. That's it. And the classic game room guy used to call the turrets little buddies. They kind of are like little buddies. And you want to take care of him too, like a buddy. Oh, this is not good. Crap. I lost my weapon, so I don't have a shield. Ooh. And this is what I was talking about. That's the difficulty spike. It's not a good 16-bit shoot 'em up without a good difficulty spike. Oh, Venom, you added all the shmups to your mister? That's awesome. PS1 shmups. Gotta have those PS1 shmups. That's a great shmup library. Yeah, PS1 shmup library is actually kind of underrated. A lot of people kind of skipped out on a lot of its shooters because of Saturn shmups. During the time, anyway. But I'd say the PS1 shmup library is about as good as the Saturn's, it's just different. It's a great shmup console. Also, you can't knock a shmup library when it's got 3 writing games on it. Now I'm pissed. It looks like a metal album cover. It's kind of badass. It's the one thing I really missed about Robo Alesta. It's like a spiritual follow-up. None of the art design was nearly as cool as this game. None of it. And you can play it, Andy. You have a Raspberry Pi. You were bragging about on my Star Soldier playthrough. Just load it up on that. Play it. And it's an okay game. Harmful part I don't think is that amazing, but it is a cool game. It's not gonna knock your socks off or anything. It's just people kind of put it up there because it's really expensive. MUSHA, brought to you by Motorhead. I guess I am a little bit more picky with my shmups, though, than some of you guys. You love Parodius, da. Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of the Parodius games. I like them, you know, just as much as the next guy, I guess, but I never, like, really got into them. I play them occasionally when I do some variety streams here and there, and I do have the Parodius Deluxe Pack on PS1, which has a couple of games on it. Up to 66 pods. Whoa! What did I get killed by? That was unexpected. That's a problem. I'm gonna be going into the last level with basically no power-ups. Hate it when that happens. I mean, that too, Venom, that too. If you want to put it like that. I guess what I meant is I like him just as much as the next guy, I just don't like him as much as Venom or Andy do. There you go. Alright, well this is gonna be fun. Final stage with barely any power-ups. Whoops! Took a hit. Oh, that's not good. Took a hit, and I'm at a mini-boss again. Yeah, this level's a little bit harder when you're not powered up. Fire's pretty good right here because it goes through that shield in the front. Alright, good deal. Alright, that is officially it. Oh, alright guys, we got a pretty good viewership right now, but I think I'm gonna actually, call it a night. It's been a weird day for me, energy-wise, and, between each game I've been playing, I've just kind of been bouncing around my list, not really knowing what I want to play, even though going into this stream I thought I knew I wanted to just play a bunch of comfortable games, but now I'm just kinda bored. I'm also really hungry. I'm gonna end the stream. I'm gonna go out and get some food. Really need to kind of buckle down and try to focus on Let's Play content. I don't have anything in store right now, and I need to try to start working at that. So maybe when I get back later tonight, I'll try working at that. Yeah. So I'll let these credits roll out, and we'll get a couple more minutes with Patchy. But yeah, I think I'm gonna roll out after that. Do appreciate everyone that tuned in. You know, it was definitely a good turnout. It's one of the best turnouts we've had in a while. This and the NES stream. So that's always motivating. I appreciate it. But I've got to be in the right spot mentally as well to keep going. I thought this was going to be like an 8 or 9 hour long stream, but I'm just not feeling it. I think I'd rather just cut it short right now and then do some other things tonight. As opposed to only doing this stream, so yeah, I'm gonna break away and just kind of like go do my own thing for the rest of the night. Yeah, good times. Appreciate you guys hanging out. Hey, you're welcome, Freddy. Sonic the Hedgehog, Streets of Rage 2, OutRun, Contra Hardcore, MUSHA. Yeah, it's funny, that doesn't really sound like a lot. Normally my 5+ hour long streams have like 15 or 16 games. This is only a 5-game stream. Yeah, I'm kind of bummed about that, but whatever. And these are all games I've covered many, many times on my channel. But, there is the Patchy. Milo's back on his bed right behind me. But yeah, that's gonna do it for me, guys. I will catch you later. Have yourselves a fantastic day or night. Wherever you are in the world. What I am going to do, I was going to link my Star Soldier playthrough. Now, feel free to check that out if you guys are bored and you need some more gameplay and talk. Yeah, I posted that on Friday, I believe. Don't be discouraged by the video length. The actual playthrough itself is like 30 or 40 minutes long. I do some other stuff afterwards, and I have like an elongated intro there, so... yeah, check it out if you want some more shmup action in particular. I will try to have more of those types of videos up soon. We will see. Oh, and of course, like Patchy, kind of wakes up.
Hey, babe.
Alright. Guys, I guess until the next one, take it easy.